Yo, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I've been working on something. I've been messing around with the new type solver, and I think I'm on to something. Okay. Imagine this. You have a data table, like your data template, right? Which is just like, you know, your currency, your items. Maybe in your items you have, I don't know, apples or oranges. Maybe you have, you know, settings, which is like music is on, okay? So, with this, we can then say local data is this value of data template, okay? And now magically, just magically, if I do data dot currency and call it like it's a function essentially, this will get me the number, okay? That's not that impressive, whatever. You can also subscribe to like change signals on it, which means like once this changes, we could say, you know, print currency change to amount. Okay. And then you could say data currency. If you want to set it to something, you would just do it like this, like charm, if you're familiar with that. This would set it. If you wanted to update it, you would say data currency function previous could return, you know, previous plus 100. Okay. So you can set, you can update, you can get change signals, and what's beautiful about all of this is that it's just using like dots, like, and you have full IntelliSense. Where like previously, we would do like, you know, data service, set, and then like the path, which would be a string basically. So like currency 50. Okay. These were like equivalent. But when you do it with strings, there is no IntelliSense. Okay. But with this system, there is. Okay. And then also, it works for like nested tables and everything. So like data.items, you know, .oranges changed. Everything should work in Studio as well. This is just using the new type solver. Okay, but this is what I've been working on. This is what I've been working on. This is just like a for fun kind of like open source. Maybe you Yeah, I made slime RNG. But this is maybe a successor to data service. But yeah, and everything has a change signal, everything, like, whatever. So this is pretty dang cool. If I can get this fully working. Right now it's more, what about arrays, like insert move? So that is a very good question. What I'm planning on doing is having, I can change it so that we can, like, right now we have this change thing that's in everything. We can also have, like, array insert, and I don't know, I'll just make it a function for now. And this won't work. The other stuff actually works. But what I could do is say, like, data dot items array insert, you know, which would be like same as table insert. That's what I'm planning on doing in the future, although I don't think making arrays work is the most important thing at this point, because I'm generally pretty against having more arrays in your data anyways. But yeah, so I am I've been enjoying this. It's a lot of, like, this type function is kind of a mess, but you can't do recursion. So I had to kind of, like, basically support it up to depth of 4. Lots of metatable magic in here. Yeah. So what I want to do today, since this works, this is kind of just like the base of it. I want to make this so that it, like, actually supports, like, replication, actually saving, that kind of stuff. So that's what I'm gonna be doing today. And, like, essentially this should replace data service. This we don't really need. Let me just actually change this to be like, shouldn't need value even. Not working on slime RNG today. I'm just gonna put some, like, dummy data here. Roblox does have recursion. The type solver doesn't like recursion, which makes sense. Because essentially I was trying to call this the value function within itself, but when, like, actually trying to solve the types, this is, like, really messy, but low-key I think it's the best way to do it. Because it was using recursion before and the code looked a lot cleaner, but it was, like, getting errors with the types. Yeah, so here was basically all of my goals for this, for anyone that's like curious. And actually like everything here works except for the actual like, let's say like data saving, data replication part of it. In a C++ or Rust update, I don't think that's ever gonna happen. There is a TypeScript. What's it called? I want to say transpiler, but like, what is it? Translator? Alright. So what I want is basically for there to be one basically central data table that this is where like you'll put your template data. And then we'll just be able to basically access this wherever we want. What's going to be weird is, so on the client, we don't need player. So we should just be able to say on client, we should just be able to say data dot, you know, path dot to data. On server, we need to be able to say data player path to data. Small difference, but needs to be there. I'm I don't even know if this would still be considered data service. Like I might come up with a different name for it because it's like fundamentally different in how the data is, like how you interact with the data. The actual like storage of the data and like data template and stuff like that are very similar, but this seems like a very if I can get this working, this is gonna be pretty dang cool. That's all I'm gonna say. If I can get this like production ready, this will be like revolutionary, dare I say. This is like what I think I've always wanted in a like data manager. Okay, so we need to basically split between client and the server version, and then we need to come up with a way of replicating server changes to the client. Right. Yeah, I would open source it for sure. 100%. What does manager do? So I have, for those who are unaware, I have an existing thing called data service, which is on my GitHub, link in the description. In my repositories, you can see data service. And as far as I'm aware, you know, quite a few people use it. It's got 82 stars on GitHub. There's some docs here. You can see. Which this is what I've used for like my games for the past probably like 4 years. Not 4 years. 4 games. Your game with 4.4K is using data service? Nice. Yeah, so like this has been battle tested. I use it. I really like it, but it can be better. Is it possible to display particle effects in a viewport? Not that I'm aware of. Are you talking about like a viewport frame? Or just like in the Roblox like viewport or whatever? Yeah, so, and I made a whole video on this as well. If anyone's curious, on my YouTube channel, you can see that there as well. Oh, Inception. my most recent video is about this, basically. If anyone's curious. And it's pretty good, but it can be better. My biggest gripe with it is that it requires you to write out strings. For example, oh, that's a bad example. Here. Like, it requires you to write out, like, this path table of strings, okay? This just, like, inherently isn't very good because you get no IntelliSense, you get no types. A simple mistake, you know, like a misspell, is really easy to do, and there won't be any errors to tell you otherwise. So that's kind of the goal with what I'm doing right now. And I like I said before, I kind of have it working, actually. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so you're saving the path as some, like, built-in, like, variable, and then also typecasting. Yeah. Better than Profile Store. It'll still be backed by Profile Store. Profile Service, Profile Store. It's good. Data Service actually uses it. Is your networker library still ready for production? Yeah, I use my networker just as much as I use my data service. Another thing in my on my GitHub. It doesn't have very good docs though, unfortunately. I was meaning to update the docs at some point. Here. I know a decent amount of people use this too, but okay. So we're going to be calling init here, which hey, Activeman. What about make dot change signal typed? Like data currency, change connect, autocomplete function. Oh, I see what you mean. Like, well, I'm thinking of potentially, instead of having this return a signal, have it just expose an onChanged function. And then you can just pass in, this be like this, or does that not? Oh, it doesn't matter. So instead of it being exposing a signal, it's potentially exposing like an onChange thing that you can like subscribe functions to. I think this might be a little bit better because what's always been kind of weird with me, or with like previous data service, is that when you get like the change signal, like you're literally getting the signal, so you're allowed to like technically fire that signal or destroy that signal, which shouldn't really be exposed. When like all it's really meant to do is to like have the changed event. Learn roleplan. Okay. So when we call init, basically we need to separate the server and client. My goals with this is I want both the server and client to be accessing the same data module, basically. This data.lua will be just, let's say this is the package, anything in this data folder. The data.lua should be somewhere else that you would provide. So if I just move this to like game or something. And then what we'll do is like on client, let me we just get our data, and then we would do like data dot whatever. Basically, so like to get what I wanted before, super simple. We just return the value, and value is this, basically the whole logic here. Value of our template, which then would make it so that we have basically all of the beautiful types of everything. You know, and I could whatever do that, but oh, did not mean to do that. So when it's on the client, basically, I think what we need to do is like, we have like the internal data object. So I think what I'm going to do is just say data service client. Was the value thing? That's what I've been working on. No, not making Rocket League anymore. This is what I'm gonna be working on today, is this like whole data management system. I've been working on this past like day, and I think it has a lot of potential. It's utilizing the new type functions to be able to do this. You can also, like, if you want to change, if you just want to see if like you have the music value, like local is music on. This is a Boolean, right? If you want to change, if you want to toggle the music, you would do rev. This would toggle it. This is like an update function. And this is, in theory, gonna be like a upgraded version of my data service that I currently have available. I'm thinking what I should do is just replicate to client. That's what we're gonna be doing this stream, is making it replicate and actually be backed by profile store, but have all of this like beautiful IntelliSense. I'm thinking we do this. Get him. Pulling and sending info and change. I don't think so. I think what I do with data service, the publicly available data service, is I'm not listening for changes. I wrap the internal data object. So like when you call set on something, it's first going through the replication layer and then actually going through the data, like primitive, let's call it. And I'll probably do something similar like that here. We'll see though. Yeah, Ghost. Okay. So then I think we should start with the server. Do nested values being added / changing on your data service trigger a changed event? Nested values being added / Can you give an example, Fleber? Kind of updating, yeah. Well, this is like not necessarily the same thing, but no, I wouldn't recommend AI for beginners unless it's to like get clarity on something. I would not recommend it to write code. I guess on client. Change the value of bleach as casual. Yes. Yeah. It changes for the parents. Like the parents react to the children changes as well. It like bubbles up or whatever. Yes, exactly, Kajors. That's exactly it. It's a completely different approach to like managing the data. I don't make controls for beginners. Because I think there's a bajillion of those out there already. Okay, and then here we would just say like client basically. And then we can just do data dot. Oh, it actually doesn't work. Outcome. This returns any. I see. Thanks, Mom. Yeah, so that'll get angry, but then will this... No. Yeah, game loop. Okay, we call init here. We then are able to use get the client and server versions, but this is returning garbage because we early return here. So this needs to be actually kind of tricky. I guess what we can do, it's actually not too bad. We just type this to be value of t, and then we type this to be type server player data. Will be a table of player as the key, and then just value t, and then we can just be able to do this. And this we can then just go back to typecasting as any, and then on client we should now have, yeah, okay. Data. There we go. Okay, and then if we had like, if we were on the server, you can see it's gonna get mad at us because we need to do data. Let's just say local player equals players, local player, and then we could do it. We're assuming we're on the server. We would have to do data player, and then we have this data player currency, and we could set that to 100. So this would set the data. Imagine we're on the server. This would set the player's data, or the player's currency, to 100. We'll program to use code. This is VS Code. But since we're on the client, we don't need to pass in the player. So it'll just be data dot whatever. Okay. I like that shape. And we have to typecast these because the return type from these, from the init, will always be wrong because we aren't actually running anything if it's, you try calling, oh, did I mistype? I do that a lot. Oops. How does Gen feature tree work? You can read the code. It basically maps your default project JSON for you. So it splits up, you know, server and client versions of scripts and places them in like the respective spots, but they're allowed to be next to each other when you're actually working. Responsive frame with Vide. What do you mean a responsive frame? Like the auto-scaled frame? I'm guessing. This is my auto-scaled frame for Vide. What's up, Andrew? Hey, thanks, Iris. Appreciate it. Yeah, this is the auto-scaled frame that I use in Slime RNG. You got some sort of VS Code extension that generates all basic folders. You know, create a project from scratch. No, but I should. I think maybe 2 days ago on last stream, I made a project from scratch, and it took me like 20 minutes, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Yeah, I was just mainly putting the things where they need to be. But you can literally watch me do it on stream if you want to see. I'm sure that was a lot of fun. Okay, so why do we even have to have an init? Can this not just be like we return this function? We may come back to this and actually make it not that, because this shouldn't even be called. No, Prodox. I'm working on something else. I'll show you, since more people have joined that would care. There's a fundamental issue with every single data system on Roblox, including my own data service. If you want to, like, set or get data or do whatever, you need to do data service, some function, let's say set, and then you need to pass in like a table of strings, which is basically the path, right? Like inventory, apples, you know, and then 5. This path table is like a fundamental issue that has not been able to be fixed until maybe now. Having these strings and having to pass in this table sucks. Like, let's just be honest. You end up getting no IntelliSense, you end up getting no types. Okay? The system I'm working on right now utilizes the new type solver and some, let's say, fairly complex metatable magic to allow me, here is my data that I'm passing in. You know, currency, inventory, apples, you know, settings. We have some nested tables, you know, fairly basic logic. Where all I need to do, I can just grab my data wherever and just data dot. If I wanted to change my currency to 100, I would change my currency to 100 like this. Or if I wanted to listen to my currency changing, I just have the change signal like this. I can't type, but you get the point. Or if I want like nested whatever, like settings.music, you can just do that. If I want to toggle the music, I showed that earlier. This is how you would basically update. It even supports adding new things that aren't there. So let's say, for example, you have like some... Let's do this. Local item data is, I don't know, health equals 100. Damage equals 50. I don't know. And we say local UUID is whatever. Okay. We can then say data inventory, add the UUID, and then set it to item data. Okay. And now this would not know the type, right? This would not know the type. So if I said like, if I want to then get this data, local, my item, you know, we would, oh, what am I doing? We just wanted to get it. This would not know the type. It would say error type because we're not defining the type of inventory. So if we said instead of inventory, since we're already using that, let's just call this items. And then if we said items, what am I doing? And then we typecast this to whatever we actually want it to be. So I would say, what did I do? Health and damage. So I could say type damage or items stats or item data. You know, health is a number and damage is a number. Cool. Then our items inventory would just be that, basically. Okay. So we create the template, basically, and then now it still didn't work. Okay, why? That should have worked. Hold. That should have worked. Hold on. I had this working early. I don't know what I changed. What? Why does that not work? Okay, wait. Now I'm just curious. Does this work? That should. That does. Oh, wait. Am I just not going deep enough in my recursion BS? Hold up. Okay, this is gonna get messy. Close your eyes. If you hate nested code, which I do, you're gonna hate this. Just wait. Trust the process. Trust the process. Trust the process. I know it hurts. I think this should just work though, should it not? Is that everything? P3, prop 3. Why does that not work? Okay, wait. This should work. Okay, now I'm actually confused. I literally had this working. Items. Like, it literally has the type right there. Item, string, damage, health. So... Let me try something real quick. Like it knows, right? Okay. If I just typecast that there, this should no longer have test item. It does not. Okay. So typecasting clearly works. Oh. Is it because this isn't read? There's a very good reason for me having to write the same thing 10 times. Trust. I wonder if it's because it's that should work though. Bear with me. This is so weird. Why not write a recursive function? Because I originally had a recursive type function, but it didn't like it. It was throwing errors. You can maybe see it here. No, this is a really old version. Oh, I guess I didn't save it. But basically, it wasn't doing it. The solver couldn't solve recursive. Steroids. Alright. This is so weird to me, actually. This should be working just fine, and I know it was working at one point. Because this is something that I wanted to make sure worked. I wonder if, like, let me try something. Potentially tremendous. And the current type solver, this would not work with the current type solver. I think it's because when I'm looping through here, E is like an actual thing, not a type. So I think, yeah, I'm thinking that's what the issue is. Okay, hold on. A string singleton, see? But what if it's not? So, okay, yeah, I figured out the issue. When I am looping through the properties table, the keys it gives me are, the keys it gives me are, string singletons, right? But what if I set it to be just a generic, whatever, not generic, just some type, I guess generic. I guess I did technically want it to always be indexable with strings, right? So I'd need like type.string. Yeah, Rhodes, you can do some insane stuff with it, which I'm attempting to do. I'm thinking what needs to happen. Two. Loop through. How do I get... Might have to ask AI. Their docs on this stuff sucks. That's what I've really learned. The new types level summarizable in one sentence? No. Bro, derp. Check this out. Okay. Here is my data template, right? Currency, inventory, apples, whatever. Okay. With my current data service and every other data thing on the platform, you got to do like data service, set, you know, and then like some like, you know, table of strings of the path. You know what I mean? And it sucks. You know, if I wanted to do like inventory, apples, whatever, we got to do this, right? Every single data thing has that. But I am working on a system that makes that not have to happen. So here is our data here. Okay, and then I get it and I say data, inventory, apples, and I can get a change signal and whatever. Or you can set and get by doing it like charm value. So this would be set. This would be get. So I could do like, and it's fully typed. So I could do local num apples would be this. And you actually get the number back. To update something is like this. Yeah, it's using meta methods. And then the new type solver to actually get it to like return the correct types. So, like you actually get the like IntelliSense of like data dot whatever, data settings dot, you know, music change or whatever. But yeah. So that's what I've been working on for the last like day. But I did just run into a little issue. It's a function or a value for what? For setting? For setting, you just pass in like this. That would set apples to 100. If you wanted to update apples, you would do this. This would like update the amount by 1. This would add 1. Yeah. Yeah, so like the underlying like data structure I think works, but I need to still make it so that like it replicates then also saves. But that part I actually don't think will be too bad. Hey yo. This needs to work though. This shouldn't be an error type. And it's because we're losing like generic, like if I were to say right here, test, now this will work, which is dumb. If I were to do data dot items dot test, yeah, I saw that shop thing. I doubt any games are going to use that, I'm gonna be honest. Hello, Victor. Is there a way? Surely there's a way. If I get the type of something. Okay, the type of it is defined where? Let's just assume we're sending it in. Value base. It would just be T. Reading the value is the same. What you mean? To read the value, you just call it like this. This would read. So like if I said like currency. This is how you read. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Function color rate, yeah. Yeah, this is it's like Charm, basically. I really like Charm's API, and this is like kind of is like based on that. It gets the real type. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so it knows it's a number. Or like my is music on is data settings music, and it knows it's a Boolean. Yeah. Or like if I try and like set data settings music to a number, or let's say a string, it'll say, you know, expect this to be a Boolean, but it's a string. How would it work on the server though? Instead of you saying data dot inventory whatever, if I just change this to be server, you would do, and then I get like local player is players dot local player. Imagine we're on the server right now and we have the player. You just do data player, and then you have the same thing. Inventory dot apples whatever. Like set it to 50 or whatever. So the only difference is on the server you need to define the player. That's the only difference. Yeah, so no more like calling like get, set, passing in, path tables, that kind of stuff. In theory. We'll see. It so far like yeah, this would be open source for sure. If I can get it to like a production ready point, which I think I can. Slight hiccup right now. Okay, so T, if it's like a string, okay, wait. What does RC version mean? Genuine question. Release candidate. Oh, I see. So people can just like test it out and not pre-release. Yeah. Yeah, Kajoris. I think like it would take so much of the pain away and have like yeah. When I was messing around with type functions like 2 days ago on stream, I realized that this would be something that should theoretically be possible. So okay, I want to get table type. Property key. No. Read property, no. Is there just like a dot key or whatever? Parameters. No. Function type instance. Okay. I just want... Yeah, I'm still like a very noob when it comes to this stuff. If it's a table, like, can I do t dot... is in properties? What does this return? It returns the whole alphabet. Okay. I'm gonna ask AI. No longer will I think it's because properties is only earning singleton. Like, I don't really see why this wouldn't work, actually. Maybe it's because I'm using set property for the keys. I'm just gonna send this and see what it thinks. You know how to fix. So I have two mice. I have this, which is my work mouse, which is the MX Master 4, and it's really good. I would recommend it for like a work, desktop, like mouse. Horrible for gaming. Would never recommend it for gaming whatsoever. It's a little heavy. It has the thumb thing, which I really like, and then it has this side scroller, which again I really like. Silent clicks, which is really good. But then for my gaming mouse, I have this, which is just, I don't know. I just bought a new version of it because my old one I had for years, but I got the exact same thing because I like it. This is like a Corsair, I don't know, something, but okay, yes, this is exactly what I was saying. Oh, you can't read this. Properties only sees explicit name keys. Yes. Is not a name property per item, it's a table indexer. Oh! See, I saw the indexer things, but I didn't know what they meant when they said indexer. That makes a lot more sense. Yeah, okay. Okay, or nil if it doesn't exist. That makes so much more sense. Okay, yeah. And again, it's just gonna make this even grosser to look at. But there's no getting around it. Oh? Okay, hold on. Yo, what's up, guys? Infinite. So this still works. Data.currency. Okay. And this should still work too. Okay. It's only when we have like inventory and then we typecast it to something. Yeah, that just fully breaks it. Cancelled by user. Okay, hold on. Let me just get rid of these for now, because it's kind of hard to read. So these are separate? Is that what they were saying? Do I just need to do this? Oh, was that it? Oh. That rate index. Okay, hold on. it's not a table, then we just do that. Otherwise, do that. Do 1, 2, 2. I know this like is so gross. Trust me, I'm well aware that. Let's put separate read write types for indexer. That read indexer. Well, does not yet support separate read/write types for indexers. Index is a type. So how are we getting it? Read indexer. And then set read indexer. Okay. Set read indexer and read indexer. Returns the table's indexer using the results read type, or nil if it does not exist. Okay. Let me just try something real quick. String and read/write types for index. Do I need to do like the write indexer and then the same exact thing? I mean, code, just make what you want to make. That's what you're enjoying making, then do it. So this should be child 2, right? Oh, nice. Okay, hold on. Can I just get rid of this? I'm getting confused. Separate read/write types for indexers. Dot result. Indexer 1 dot result. Indexer using the results read type. So what is index and what is result when I read indexer? Returns the table's indexer using the results right type. Oh, this is just indexer. Okay, hold on. Returns the table's indexer as a table or nil if it does not exist. Dude, the docs here just are lacking so much. It's crazy. Is there a set indexer? Or can you set... Oh, there is. The indexer. Okay, so can I just read the indexer? Okay, we get the indexer. Cool. If it has an indexer, then E is a table. Children. What do we... Okay. Wait, does this not work for the very first one? Dude, this is confusing. What? You get an indexer using... I don't know what that means, tag. That indexer, the actual index and the result would be an extra... Oh, okay, wait. That makes sense. Okay, hold on. Why? Like, it knows. It knows. Okay, loop through T, or go look at T. If T is not a table, then we just return the value base of it, which is this. Okay? If it is a table, loop through the children. There are no children in this case. Oh, I guess there is in this case. Inventory. Inventory doesn't have any children. So this would be nil. Okay. If it's a table, we're looping through the properties of of t. We would then get inventory as the key, and the property is this, okay? The type is t1. If it's not a table, we just set, that's fine. If it's a indexer, then we can skip. Oh, no, we can't skip. If it's an indexer, then children's set property key value. Isn't this just always nil? Intersection of value base and children 2. Two. This is so hard to follow, it's insane. 2. Property. Okay, I might need to do this part off stream because there's definitely a way to get this to work. I think I just need to mess around with it because I can't figure it out right now, and I feel like I'm not gonna get anywhere without just like staring at a wall for an hour. So let's move on and actually make progress. Yeah, this can work. I'm certain of it. I just need to move on because I'll be stuck there and hard for me to do on stream. Okay. This is fine. Probably gonna be working in data service server. Data. Yeah, you can't do it recursively. The type solver literally just breaks if you try and do it recursively. I tried earlier. I'll be right back. Okay. Pink Red Bull. Okay, so this init function needs to return players. Like that. You have no pink Red Bull in your country? Dang. Wild berries. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, wild berries. Yeah, I get the sugar-free ones. I think they're good. I think they're quite good, actually. Okay, return this. So, self-data. Player. We have template, we have data. So, like, simply... Do I not have profile store in this? Oh, no, because I have data service. Right. I forgot I'm in like a completely different repository. Top of your head, what's the difference between Sift and table util? I've never used table util, so I have no idea. Okay. Let me get this. And delete data service here. This repository name doesn't make any sense, but I'll transfer everything to the correct repository at some point. Yeah. Is my version of Profile Store not typed, by the way? I thought Profile Store was typed. But this one's definitely not. Is there a typed version of Profile Store? Professor isn't typed? Oh, why did I think it was typed? Wait, type Professor? Can you search up names in here? Why did I think Professor was typed? Lots of forks of it. Which means you need to type it? I'm good. I could have sworn it was typed. I guess not. I thought that was like a big reason why they even redid it, was to type it. See? What is this diff, by the way? Removing and adding, okay. Yeah, I guess none of it is typed. Why did I think it was typed? Also, how cursed is Profile Store? If you've ever looked inside of it, it's so cursed. It's like actually not very good code. Like, it works. But it's messy. Okay, whatever. Okay, we're gonna keep this very simple. Okay. to start. I have no idea why this is necessary, but apparently it is. Sure, at one point I knew why. Again, just gonna keep it stupid simple. Start out. Let's just make it work. This will just be toString player.user_ID. I guess we can. Okay. Reconcile. Sure. Okay. This. I guess that's fine. Yeah, I guess we should save this. That's all fine. We need to define profile or whatever it's called. Player init? Init player. We'll add a lot of this back in at some point. Just trying to get it quick and dirty to start out. Self.data player will equal value data. My tips are just to keep on just trying new things. I don't really have anything like specific. Just try and make games you learn along the way. Yeah, I think I have a fix for that purples. Right away? No. I've like changed how I do things over the course of like my entire career. Makes it fun. Okay. This is like really dirty, but that's kind of the point. Can you give an example of it, man? Okay, and then when the player leaves, we'll remove their data here. So what's gonna happen? This data actually needs to be a deep copy of it. Which we can use sift, dictionary, copy deep. This actually... Is there any difference between the dictionary and the array copy deep? No, that should work fine then. Okay. And things if it's correct item, if it's correct value, process them in system. Yeah, of course. Don't just trust user input. Task.wait like for, and then say local player equals players and first child, which is a player, assert player. Okay, and then I should be able to do a data player. Yeah, there we go. Okay. On client, I'm just gonna get rid of this for now. I'll say data.currency.changed. Next. Currency change to okay, so now when a player joins, they should basically get their profile. I guess, okay, I really should add the player leave. And I don't really want to, but we'll run into issues if I don't do that. I'm rated on Twitch. Oh, hi. Hi, Rob Locky. Sorry, I didn't see. I have no notifications set up or anything. What exactly is being made right now? A data system that will revolutionize the platform. Instead of having to like create these dumb setter getter functions and pass in a path table of strings, imagine a world where you just get the data, which is defined by some table, and very simply, just data dot inventory dot apples, um, and this would get the number of apples. Or if you wanted to set the number of apples in your inventory, just set it to 100. Or if you wanted to see when apples changed, hook it up to a change connection, like so. So it'll have IntelliSense on it, it'll have types, all that jazz, automatic replicate, that kind of thing. I have no idea, Bear. I'm not gonna try. No, I've never played Rust. I know what it is, though. We'll clean this up later again. Just this again, we'll have to clean up. Just trying to kinda. Why? Whatever. Yeah, I feel like something like this should not be vibe coded. I mean, maybe, but also I'm kind of doing this for fun too, so. We need Roblox Studio open. You want to come to my wedding? That's crazy. What's my fiance's name? Okay. Only like 5 airs. It's not bad. Do I need to run service here? I don't really want to define the init function. tbh. Yeah, that works fine. Relax and slow down a bit. No. What? Oh. Right. Oh, sorry. I'm listening to different music. There you go. Hey, Derp. Derp, I'm looking forward to the code review on my brain rot defense game. Really excited for that video. Oh, you actually took a look at the code? Wait, what did I do? Now I gotta know. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Ordering food. Bruh. Oh, I remember what I would do. This needs to be... Oh, wrong thing. This... Be all the way up here. Why is this... like a little goofy, but I don't care. Is subtype of in the newest release. I didn't know that. Okay. That compiles. Cool. So when something changes, okay, first off, we need to replicate the initial data to the client, which it needs to be the raw data. So in data service server, when player is added and we copy this, we need to send this raw data, basically the unvaluified data to the client. Probably using networkers for now. Yeah, I'll just use a networker for now. And then I'll just send this to the player. So self.networker, fire player data. Do what? Player with value dot value. Bro, why are we so angry? Oh. I'm dumb. Just scroll all the way to the bottom to your Lua LSP settings. There's a setting to enable a new solver. Okay, so this will send their initial data to the player. I don't know. Let's call it load. Because I don't need to optimize my networking. I use mine for the ease of use that it provides, not for anything else. Like if I needed to like if I need to like if I needed really optimized networking, I would not use mine. That's not what it's for. Mine's just for like ease of use. Wear this shirt yesterday? No. Why not have optimized networking anyway? Because then you need to define what you're sending over the wire, like before you send it, and have some like, it just adds a ton of overhead. Which is kind of like the whole point of that I wanted to get away from with my networkers. What are we angry at? Oh, because I never said this. And then I can say function data service client dot load. And then this would be data of type T. I just realized on client we shouldn't be calling init like that. We should basically have like a as loaded, like a false, and then loaded signal. Something like that. Loaded signal. And then create the networker here. The self.data, it should really be this. Self.data equals value of data. Just like that. And then has self.has loaded equals true. Self.loaded signal there. And then instead of initially setting this here, what we do is just we do self dot or if self dot if self.has loaded, then return self.data. Otherwise, self.loaded signal wait. That's right? What the heck? What? It just... Okay. Yeah, then we don't actually need to send the template here. We actually don't care about it at all. What we can do is in the initializer, we can just get rid of that. Straight up don't need it. Okay, so server calls load on client. Client then sets its data to whatever the profile stored data is. Has loaded is true. If has loaded, when we call init, we just simply return self data. Otherwise, we wait for the data for this, and then return self data. Okay, that makes sense. Now, theoretically, if I say set my currency to whatever that is, this won't replicate yet. We still have currency as 0, which is fine. But this is being sent from the server. If I then... Oh, data will not be saved. Hold on. I need to do this in a published place. I think this was published. This was the learning place. Game settings. Okay, currency is 0. This is default data. Cool. I'll wait just like a sec. Oh, I want to turn off server authority in this place. Oh, I haven't actually set anything. In the profile store, is there... So here, on save, profile.onSave, we need to basically get the current state of data. So it's gonna actually a little tricky. Like, there's two ways to go about it. I can have two different tables that are being updated at the same time. So, like, say I update this path here. At the same time I'm updating it, I'm updating this. These happen in unison, right? Basically, when I do some action on the value table, it would then send it to the raw table. Let's just call this raw and value table. The alternative is we only actually have a value table here. So this is still a value table. And then on save, we then basically convert the value table to a raw table on save. Hi, Kenny. On save, we reconstruct the value table into... That actually sounds like it would suck. Now that I think about it. I don't want to have to rebuild a table. A potentially massive table. I would rather be updating in real time. in order to do that, whenever something changes in here, so whenever we call something in a value table, which is using this meta method call, right here is the two functions that happen when we basically we are updating or resetting. That's what these are. We would then need to get the path and update basically the raw table. In order to get the path, we need the value. We basically need to walk backwards from this spot, going parent to parent, which actually isn't too bad. We can create a function called getPath. We need each value to actually have a key as well. Which can be defined. When you index something, you index state to get the child. Get the state. Value is the index of the table. Value is nil, then we get the parent of the state. Guess I'm confused how the initial one would ever know what it is. I guess that actually wouldn't be too difficult. You just walk the tree and you call adopt children. You get the key, you get the child. When we raw set parent, we can also just raw set the key. Yeah, we can just say local key and just raw set child key is key. When we add this, also we would need to set the key as well. Then we can do raw set, new val, key. So when we adopt, we're getting the so that will take care of anything, actually. That just like figure out literally everything. Let me see what this prints. Yeah, that just actually straight up works. Because it's calling adopt children. When we right here, we're passing the parent. If a parent is passed, it's set here. I guess we could also do we also need to send the index, the actual key? Like when we add new child index here. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. That makes sense. I know this probably doesn't make sense to anyone but me, but that's okay. Now if I do data.inventory dot pine cones 20. It has the cute pine cones within it. How's the type slider been? It's powerful, annoying, but powerful. And I'm cooking up something right now that I think could be really, really cool if I get working right. Okay. That makes sense. So then, this is what I was talking about earlier. I don't want to have to rebuild the table on save. I would rather be keeping a raw, essentially, copy of it. I mean, each value, if it's a table, could have a raw. Well, no, I actually don't like that. I could have a... When something changes, we're already doing this, basically get root right here. So literally right after this, we have the root. Root is state in this scenario because there is no parent at the root. So in data service init, in the client and server, we could add an additional field to value. Second field is parent. Third field could be if it's the root or not. If it is the root can contain the raw table. Which I can just pass in like this. Or I guess, not even, it wouldn't be a boolean, it would be like the actual raw value of the root. Also, this would be you, would it not? And then this would be T. I'll call this root table. And I'll just say root key. Hey Leaf, I have a question. I've been getting into learning C-frames again. I made amazing progress and I love it, but had a question about just learning math in general for coding. Like good practices. I think just learn by doing it. Take a look at some good like try and find example code online. Yeah, I think that's a good way to say it. Learn what you need when you need it. I like that. That's kind of what I've been saying, but that's a good way to put it. Just learn by doing. You've never seen a repeat until, really? I guess I barely ever use them, but this was a good use case for it. This does get a bit tricky, actually. Actually, just wait. If I just press play now, there should be on the very top, there should be a root. There is not. Oh, because I didn't do it on the client, too. Dev. Copy. Okay, now we have the root, which is essentially the raw table. It doesn't have any of the magic that the values do have. And what my plan is when we update something in the magic value table, it will also update the root table. This is important because profile store and data stores, we can't be saving these magic tables to them. We can only be saving the raw tables. Oh man, I'm actually so back and forth on this. I'm back and forth on what I was saying earlier, which was essentially just always basically having the raw table in sync with the value table, or which is just like, you know, constantly moving, doing small operations one at a time, or on save we get a huge chunk of data. Both completely will work. 100% both will work. The big chunk of data is a lot easier to code, for sure. I'm gonna ask AI and see which way it recommends. Only first will work? Why do you say that? essentially rebuild the raw table from value. Data save. Just a vibe code? I'm not even coding, I'm just asking a question. When you're done, can you make me a game development studio? What? It says rebuild the raw table. Really? Yeah. I guess you guys can't really read this. I'll move it over. It does create two sources of truth. Teach me how to script, no mistakes. I guess my concern, maybe it's just like a fake concern. Like, how heavy of a reconstruction would it be? Yeah, see. Basically, if saves are extremely frequent, which they aren't with Profile Store, they're like, what, once every 90 seconds or something like that. $300. Oh, 300 seconds. Yeah. Thing is, I think there technically is no right answer, and it actually would depend on how big the data is. But yeah. Also a subraptor. I think I'm gonna do the unwrap instead of tracking the key as we go, which means I don't actually need any of this. Like, everything that I just did with the root key and setting the keys and all that is just completely unneeded. So then let's make an unwrap value. We can just call this unwrap, actually. Yeah. It's definitely the easier option, that's for sure. So I like this better because it makes my life easier. I think there may be some merit to doing it as you go, depending on like how big the data is. But not necessarily needed. What's the con for going with the event-based approach? The cons were that you have two sources of truth. It also adds a lot of overhead when doing like anything. Say you like are increasing, you know, some deeply nested thing every 0.1 seconds. Like, that is then basically finding the path every single time. and then making sure that it's updating both tables at each time. Which, like, again, it literally depends. Like, there could be a scenario where that is better. I think genuinely there's both could be better in their own, like, scenarios. We don't even need type C here. We just need value. We're gonna have to recursively do this. When meet and greet? That RDC, you didn't hear? It's not actually a new Blick game. Ignore the name of this repository. It's just yeah. Yep. If we need to get the value. Which right into the actual data table correctly? That's what I'm doing right now, so just inverted. I kind of low-key want these functions. I don't want to just can do this, and then delete this, and then do this, and function value unwrap. So lost as to what the purpose of this is. I told you it's gonna revolutionize data. I'll explain once more. I swear you've been here while I've explained it. But I'll explain it again. Every single data manager on Roblox requires you to basically pass in a path of strings, which describes where in the data it needs to look. Okay? This has quite a few drawbacks. One, there's 0 IntelliSense. 2, there's no types. 3, it's extremely easy to like mistype something and have like no feedback. 4, you're having to call these like functions, right? These are all like pain points that if you've used any, data manager on Roblox, you've felt this, okay? This approach that I'm doing right now essentially solves that. Okay? What we do here is I have my data template like normal. Okay? Imagine you can literally just index this like normal and everything works. It automatically replicates, it automatically saves. Amazing. Now, how in the world would you get that to work? Okay? Well, that's what I'm doing. We have our data table, which is what I just showed. Right here. And what I can do, instead of writing the old data service get, let's do inventory, comma, oranges. Notice how nothing is popping up. Actually, let's set it. How about that? Set this to 50 oranges. This is what the old one would be, okay? This, what I'm working on right now, you simply just data, which is that table, dot. You have this. I'm not typing anything. We have this here. Inventory, dot, oranges. And if you want to set it to 50, you set it to 50, okay? And that would just set it to 50. Another thing, if you want to see num oranges, you get, this wouldn't have a type. It would be type any. Okay? Again, here, if I get the number of oranges, which is like this, it knows that it's a number, which is super, super powerful. We don't need to say num oranges number like this anymore, or typecast it or whatever. Okay? Amazing. This even works for like another thing, if we want to see when oranges changed, I had get changed signal in mine, and then you'd be able to connect. Again, no IntelliSense, no nothing. Okay? So data service inventory oranges, every single value has changed on it. So changed, and now I can connect, and we still have IntelliSense. We still have it. Amazing. You can do this on literally anything. Data service, inventory. I just did inventory. Data service, currency changed. This is what I've been working on all day and yesterday. So, yeah. Yeah. So if I can get this, yeah, that will work too, Kinder. That'll work too. I had a little hiccup earlier. I had that working, but I think I broke something along the way. But that will work. Yeah, so if I can get this working how I want to. Oh, and then on the server. So this is on the client, right? On the client, you just do data, whatever. On server, same exact thing. You just pass in the player. So instead of like data dot and then instantly, you do data, whatever the player is, and then dot. You know, dot currency, set it to whatever. Yeah. Yeah, global change signal. All of that stuff will come with more. We're kind of on like the base level of this right now. And this is only possible because of the new type solver. I got winning the World Cup. USA! We'll see. But yeah, so this is why, like, if I can get this working, it's pretty damn cool. Canada winning. Canada just lost. Hate to break it to you. Mexico plays tonight. They play in like an hour. Oh, Fork asked to show how I got the linter to infer the data template. It's a lot of bullshit. It's basically all this. And this is really gross, but it works because I can't do, This looked a lot cleaner before, but the solver was breaking with recursive types. To set it for this, like, do you have to predefine which each thing is? No, it will infer it. See here, it just infers it from here. Like, this was literally the exact thing I was using. I didn't predefine the types anywhere, except for things that, like, you wouldn't. It doesn't have any type to begin with. Like, your items table doesn't have anything, so you would need to say, like, you know, this is the type. But for things that are like automatically have something, it will just infer what the type is. But if you do on change for something that's nil, it'll still work. That's by design. If I do data.inventory, there's no pineapple, but I could do pineapple. And it won't fill this out because it doesn't exist in the actual data. If you wanted it to, you would need to do what I was just showing just a second ago, like actually set the type here. But you could still do .changed connect function. And then I could do like mount. I'll just say print pineapple changed. And then we'll just set pineapple to true. And then I'll wait a second. And set pineapple to, I don't know. Okay. So now this should work in theory. This should work. We'll see. Okay, yeah. Pineapple changed to true. Pineapple changed to... Yeah. This is like the holy grail of what we want data to be. So, that's why I'm like, if I can get it to work. Aims to treat new layers that can be created in the future. Yes. If it's not something that's predefined, it will basically create a nil value. Yes, this would be open sourced once it's done. It creates an internal nil value when you try and index something that doesn't exist. You can see here, when we index something that doesn't exist, we add a new child with value nil. and nil values need to be saved a special way so they get their own little thing, and then yeah. Okay. What was I doing? I have no clue. Like, actually no clue. Oh, unwrap. If there it is. It's not a table, then return V. Otherwise, for key. Filed value. Trying to come up with a better in V do something like that. Yeah, I'm excited to see if I can get this to like a good standard. So far, like, it looks very, very promising, so I'm hopeful. Okay, that should just work. Pretty simple. A recursive unwrap thingy. Let me just test it. Print value unwrap data. Yeah. Okay. And then what I'm gonna do is in data service server, we're gonna do profile on save here. Init player, where are we doing this? Profile.data. I guess we could actually do this in here. Well, no. Let me just send the profile. Well, I'll do this. Kind of dumb, but a bit easier. I'll do profile.onSave, I think is what it's called. This is using profile store. Profile.onSave. Oh, wait, was that a connection or was that a callback? Connection. Just notice the codex window. No. Yeah, I've been trying to do this all without any codex help. I've asked it a few questions, but codex hasn't written any of the code. Kinda sick and tired of AI. Yeah, exactly. Okay. So on save, we connect this function, and then we say profile.data will be equal to value.unwrap self.data player. So now this should actually update the real raw data that's in like the data stores by unwrapping the value-based table inside of your data table. A little confusing, but I think that'll work. So now if we look at server.server, you can see we set the currency to 1,000 here. If I go ahead and click play, we'll still see 0, but then because it's not replicating to client yet. So I'm gonna stop playing now, and it should save. And now when I click play, it should be 1,000, I hope. Yes! We have data saving! Come on! Come on! Oh yeah. Let me try another thing. Data player. Let's say inventory. Dot something that doesn't exist. Nothing. And set it to. Am I here? Okay. And then stop. Click play. W flow state, yeah. Okay, so this should be loaded into the data now. And now when I click stop and click play. Yeah, let's go. Hell yeah, dude. Now what if we get rid of this? So we set it to nil. So now I want to get rid of nothing, right? So press stop, click play. It should actually do the action, load it in, save it. Okay, now let's actually see. It'll get replicated when we first join. And it's gone! Let's go, dude. Actually, everything just worked. Hell yeah. What goes on if you just like type out without realizing and all of a sudden you have an extra value and you can't figure out why the intended one isn't changing? I guess I don't have a solid answer for that. I think more people would rather be able to add where they want to rather than be restricted. I mean, maybe there could be like a toggle, like strict mode or something. I don't know. Good question, but like, you're saying if this doesn't exist, I'm sure there's a way to make this be mad at you if it doesn't exist. Okay, let's saving data. Make sure we have this committed. Yeah, the unwrapping is like a million times easier than trying to sync two tables together. Okay, now we need replication. We have saving data. We got loading data. But now we need replication. It uses Profile Store internally. So you still get all the goodies that Profile Store provides. This is like a layer on top of that. Okay, I'm now realizing that I needed the keys, and I just undid everything that had to do with keys. We need the keys to replicate. Right? Yeah. 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 So what I'm thinking is we can potentially, basically, let's say we get the path right here, okay? We get the path by basically bubbling up the parents. Like, we would have essentially local path is something, right? And then we're getting, you know, insert something into path here, which would be, you know, some key, okay? And it would bubble it up. Then when this is done and we're on the server, we then basically just like, you know, networker fire the path and the new value, the updated value. This is like the only thing we would need, and then the client would then receive that and essentially just do the same thing. The question is then, we would also need to do it up here too. Adding a new child. I have a video on structure setup. I don't do it the same way as that video anymore, but it'll get you in a good enough spot. You know what? We don't even need to do it on this. This would automatically work, which is crazy. This sling.toml you just create manually. Just right click, new file, and then just name it sling.toml. Yeah. I'm actually using gen feature tree, which is a little different than gen reho tree. I like the feature tree a lot more, to be completely honest. But both are on my GitHub, and both are going to be a pain in the ass to try and figure out how to work. But it's there. I've been saying I was going to add docs to it for like the last year. How many times do you think you've shouted out Photobooth? Dude, like 1,000. Like actually 1,000. Slappies, I actually have a full game that I open sourced on my GitHub that you can look at. It's called Easy Defense. I can send the link. I open sourced it 2 days ago. So you're in luck. This follows most of my... This has the features, whatever, feature setup as well. So, yeah, go ahead and take a look at that. I'll be right back. Yeah, Yan. It is the entire Burnout Defense code base. Be right back. Okay. How should I do this? I can think of a not clean way by checking if it's a client or server version. What are you drinking? I'm drinking a pink Red Bull. Yeah, like pink is my favorite, although to be completely honest, I've only tried like 3 flavors. I really like the pink. Yeah, sloppy. Okay, I can think of a not great way to do this, which would be to check if it's a server that's running this. If it is, then record the path and send it via remote. Yeah, my go-to has been Coronas. Dude, I absolutely love Coronas. Although I really want to, I've been telling my fiance that I want to do a blind taste test with like I want to get like every single like domestic beer and set them up and then just like try them like completely blind and then see which one like I actually like, you know. Because, like, I think I know what I like, but maybe I don't, you know? In Minnesota, we had McGolden, which I really liked, but we don't have that in California anymore. I moved to California, like, less than a year ago, for context. You not like Corona's Eclipse? I don't think I know what that is, tremendous. This was just pseudocode. It doesn't actually do anything yet. I was just speaking out loud. Interesting. Okay. I'll have to look for it. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Vibe code the data system in your game. What recommendations you got? Any library? I mean, I have an open source data library on my GitHub. I've used it in many games, and I know a lot of other people use it too. Okay, wait. Let's think. Shameless plug, yeah. Let's think. How in the world? Like, my naive approach would work, and that's... My naive approach is literally like a... If run service is server, then we do something, right? That sounds gross. It would also work. There's also... We could insert the issue with that is that it's like would inherently lead to a cyclical dependency. Because getting the networker to fire, like we'd be firing this. Yes, the client has a, yeah. Another option is we pass in the remote when we initially create it. Like here, we could say like self.networker. And then the root has it. And then we could say like root remote. The issue then is we don't know if you have the remote or not until you get all the way to the top. And therefore would have to be actually tracking the path and then potentially not actually needing it. Are there any other options? I mean, a horrible option would be to listen to every change signal on this. You could do like self.data player.changed and connect it there, which would be really bad. Yeah, const is in here. Except, I don't know if it actually works in my... Oh, it does now. Dude, I swear it didn't work earlier. It's a new thing. And these should be constants, but whatever. Yes, you can do that. I have no idea how to share a name. But React Lua show StarterGui in Studio before the game starts. Yes, you can. You do need a separate plugin. Well, it'd just be the same plugin that you're using to preview it regardless. So either Horsecat or UI Labs. Ask AI with your 3 current ideas. Okay. Then view remote. Listen to root changed or pass remote into the root value when putting it up to parent, check if a remote exists. Any other options / better ideas? Which What is my best path forward? Yeah. Wait, listen to root.change, they think? I do not like that. Root.change seems horrible, I'm gonna be honest. Um, well, charm and Vide are for like single values. This is like a whole tree of values. I guess, doesn't charm have charm sync or something like that? Thing is, like, I can think of multiple ways to do this. I don't love any of them. Okay, this was my second option. The issue is finding root, like, forces you to bubble up. So you're bubbling twice. So it's 2n instead of 1n. Like, it's crazy because I feel like the best option is the worst. Which is literally checking if it's server here and then only doing stuff then. Or attaching some metadata to every single value. Okay, regardless, we're gonna need keys. So let's do that. Which I literally did this like an hour ago, so I just need to, redo that. Was this it? Or I feel like there's something else actually. It was this? Yeah. And I think that covered everything, right? True, Hubs. It just like fundamentally seems bad to have like the replication logic within a primitive such as value. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's not very cash money. Keys, currency, inventory, samples. This. Or they are for the gen feature tree. Technically it could be rewritten using Lua, using what's it called? Loon? Is that right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, I've heard that I can rewrite it using Lua, but I have no experience with Loon, so I have no idea how it works, but it sounds promising. I've been actually wanting to take a look at that. Yeah. Hmm? I don't know. Okay. Then like I almost want to have like a has like has replicator or something like that. And then like if the value has a replicator, when we bubble up, we will like look for the path. Like it could be something as simple as like as replicator would be draw get state like something like that, right? Yeah, BP, you're the owner. Congrats. And this would be like a Boolean. But that doesn't. And like if it has a replicator, then we could do like local path equals if has replicator, then this, else nil. And at each point in the path, we would say just here we could say if has replicator, then it's just if path, then table insert path raw get state e. And this would, yep, this would end up replicator, rocket. That, which, I don't know, should that just, like, be the networker table? It would just be a table address then, which I'm not opposed to. That means every single value is a networker. Isn't, like, that bad? Like, it's not actually creating a new networker for every value, it's just storing the table memory address. Which like takes up a little bit of memory, but not much. And then basically right here we could just say if has replicator, then oh, I've never done anything with that. Like instead of this even being has replicator, it would just be networker. And then we could say networker. But we don't even know like the player. So maybe this would just be it's not a networker, it's a replicator function. Dude, what? This so stupid. Like, am I really gonna have to do this? Okay. I feel like I need to typecast to any a lot with this solver. Append directly on your array. For dictionary, select children, append child rather than table insert. Oh, yeah. I see what you mean. Like path dot insert or whatever, or path. I don't even know what it would be. Something like this. Like basically what you can do with strings. Where you can do a string and actually have something versus string dot length of string. Those are equivalent. It is kind of weird that tables can't do that. Oh, yeah. And then we also need to set the replicator key to its parent, which we would just do here. Draw set new child replicator. Something like that. And then same thing goes for right here. We need to do cross that child replicator key do raw get state replicator key. And then here we can set parent to any, and then replicator to a function with a path. This will just be a table of strings, actually, or an array of strings. This will be the parent, and replicator string. I don't know why that doesn't show up. Replicator string equals replicator. Oh, and then this is a big old question mark. Okay. And then what we can do is inside of data service server, our third parameter will be a function. And within this function, we're given the path, which is just an array of strings. And, oh, we also need to send the value, obviously. Any. And then up here, when we actually call the function, we need to send the updated value. Like that. Yeah. I don't honestly love this just because of the fact that, like, we're literally injecting this function into every single value. Yes, it's just like a memory address, but like it seems so wasteful. But it also, like, I feel like it is more correct in terms of like keeping the code dry. Is that the principle? No. Solid. Dry is a different thing. Don't repeat yourself as dry. And I could say self.networker fire player self.data. Could really wait. If self.has, if not self.has loaded. Self data Hello, Jacelyn. So we'd need to do what? Leave. Wait, are you actually Jacelyn? I just thought it was someone randomly named Jacelyn. That's funny. Prism, there probably is something, yeah. So we need to do, current equals self.data. And then we need to do for I equals, we need to iterate backwards. I guess I could just call this key. And then we just say current key, or current equals current key. This is fine. Doesn't like it, but it's fine. It won't be ready today. But I will open source it when it is ready. But there's no way this is going to be ready today. But let's go to 2. And then we take the last one. Yeah. Because we do current path 1 value. Right? Everyone following? I think that's right. I'm curious what AI thinks of this implementation. Buy you a new house? Probably not. Yeah, I don't love this, to be honest. Like, it'll work. Oh boy. Oh. Updated value is a table. Adopted children mutates it into a it's in a value wrap table over the network. Oh. Type replication path is string, but your values support arbitrary table. Okay. So then what? I needed to make sure this was value. The updated value. Where? Non-null new val. Okay. Wait, couldn't that work though? I don't know. Let's just try it. On server, let's wait. Yeah, we wait 4 seconds. On client, let's just say data dot currency dot changed connect. Can't type. Table root. Okay. P plus 1. Okay. Please just work. Yo, wait, it actually worked. That's kind of insane. That's replication. Oh, hey, Syntac. I'll show you. I'm working on something revolutionary. Revolutionary. So, with like every single data system on Roblox, you basically need to pass in a path, which is a table of strings, which is like, you know, tutorial comma step, and you need to call like this set function, whatever, or get. This kind of sucks because the table of strings is really easy to mess up. There's no types, meaning that like this is any, okay? This is there's no IntelliSense, so like you don't know what actually is a child of tutorial, right? That's not to say my data service is bad. This is how literally everything does it on Roblox. But I had a thought the other day that with the new type solver and some meta table work, we can do some pretty cool stuff. For example, right here, this is my data table, my data template, right? It's super simple right now, but like we have currency, we have an inventory of some stuff, we got settings, whatever. And all I'm doing is saying data service and then passing in that template, okay? Now, what I'm able to do is just get the data on the client, like so, and just say data dot, and we just have everything. The data dot inventory dot apples, and then num apples. I can set it equal to that. It knows that it's a number. Okay. The equivalent would be data service get a table, which is inventory. Notice how I'm not getting any IntelliSense, no like you're spelling this wrong or whatever. And then this would be type any. So you'd have to then also cast it the type number. Okay? These two are equivalent, but the difference is that we literally have IntelliSense the entire time. And then also, you probably noticed, there's dot changed on everything. So dot change, now you can connect. So when it changes, we can do something, which you can see I was doing down here with currency. Okay? Another thing, to get something, you just do, if you've ever used Charm, this will look familiar, but like data, inventory, apples, getting is just like that. If you want to set it, you just pass it in there, which might be a little weird if you've never used Charm or Vide or anything like that, but this isn't that weird. This would be equivalent to this. These two are equivalent. If you wanted to update it, you can just pass in a function here and then return, you know, prev plus 10 or whatever. Yeah, my data service has full replication and all that. So here, this is how you would like update something. So you can take the previous and add 10 to it. They're pretty cool. Okay, so then on the server, how does this work, right? Because right now this is the client version. On the server, it's literally just as simple. If I change this to be the server version, the only difference is you just need to index it with a player. So if I just say local player equals players dot local player, just imagine we're in a server script right now. You just do data player, and then you still have everything again. The only difference is you just need to provide the player, and it just works. So that is the whole. That is the whole thing. It's pretty cool. I've been working on it for past like day and a half, I'd say. Documentation going to be updated with this as well. This might be like its own thing. I don't really know. But this will be open source when I eventually get it production ready. But so far so good. I just implemented replication, and I think it seemed like it was working. So I was setting the currency to 1,000, and then I was updating my currency 1 per second by just doing this on the server. And you can see I was getting those prints on the client, because on the client I was listening. Oh, on the client I was listening right here. Data currency changed. The server was setting it. Client is getting those change signals. Pretty dang awesome. How's it going? It's going good. I think, yeah, I think, this is probably gonna be a good place to stop today, though. Yeah, I'm really happy with how this is looking so far. Because, yeah, I really think this is like so much better. This is like everything I want in a data system. So I'm really happy with it. Just makes everything so simple, you know. Just like so easy. So easy. Okay. I'm ending it here though. It's been real. And yeah, I hope this turns out how I want it to. So, goodbye.